on his own 2 feet. 1 step, 2, 3, 4. 2 steps, 2, 3, 4. 3 steps, 3, 4. 4 steps, 4. High fives in the parking lot. Ties his shoes with a double knot. High fives in the parking lot. Ties his shoes with a double knot. High fives in the parking lot. Dark, but until then, it's high fives in the parking lot. Ties his shoes with a double knot. High fives in the parking lot. Ties his shoes with a double knot. High fives in the parking lot. Ties his shoes with a double knot. High fives in the parking lot. Ties his shoes with a double knot. Ties his shoes with a double knot. Ties his shoes with a double knot.
Sup, stream. Man, I'm stuck on this one. Normally I kill the champion ability. I know the champion ability normally it's the one I think I get on the first guess the most often. I have no idea what this one is. I don't even 100% know what I'm looking at, because it's like a dome, and then what looks like a spinning top inside of it. And then, like, maybe the dome is an explosion from a strike coming down, because there's this little donut and a line going into the dome. There's not that many champions who have, like, dome shields. I can really only think of one. So I feel like I have to guess them out of default, but I don't know this. Okay, it's not that. I have, like, actually no idea then. Like, I just don't know what's being displayed here. Maybe, no? Dude, this is the first ability I have absolutely no idea on. No, okay. Like, is it not a shield? Is it an explosion? Is this someone that is spinning? Dude, I'm boned. I have no idea.
I don't either, so I'm kind of just guessing new champions.
You're guessing new champions?
Yep.
Dude, I have no idea. Who has an ability that is a dome with a spinning top? That's what it looks like, right? You have it. Do you have it with color?
No.
Dude, I'm gonna get the name in 2 tries.
I already got the name. What?
You're looking up champion names?
Oh yeah, I just have the list.
You know you could just hit a character and it brings the drop down with everyone who...
Yeah, but that's annoying.
That's annoying. Okay, one more try for me before I get the name. I'm just... Name queue. There's no fucking way. There's no fucking way that's the icon for his move. The name gave it away instantly. It's just, I forgot that he got new, back when they visually updated him, I forgot that he got new art, and I guess I've never paid attention to that move's art. That doesn't even make sense. Like, that's not what he looks like when he's using that ability. Dude, that's bullshit. Okay, I kind of got cooked on the quote, and I got kind of cooked on the ability, but I did pretty alright outside of that. Here you go, Gabs. My scores. Are you still on the ability?
I'm on the splash art.
Oh, man. I got that one instantly. It's an iconic splash art from an iconic champion.
It is?
Yep. Iconic splash art, iconic champion.
Oh. I don't think he's an iconic champion.
Oh, the little noodle? The big-headed, little-bodied noodle? You don't think that's iconic?
I got pretty bad this week.
This was a lot worse than my last week.
I should say last day. Now, I did much better on the quote.
You did do better on the quote. I guessed every water-related champion before I guessed Alawi. I got her as soon as I got the voice, but yeah.
I guessed Pike first, and then I was like, who would tell me to drown? Alawi.
I guess like Nautilus, Pike, Thresh, Fizz. I genuinely forgot Alawi existed for a second.
Straight up forgot she existed, did you?
Straight up forgot she existed. Straight up forgot she existed. I was like, oh, that's not a champion. Just straight up forgot.
You're not gonna have to do homework on stream again, are you?
Oh, I absolutely am. I'm gonna do a study test.
Why?
Just because I'm gonna do one per stream, so I make sure I'm getting at least one a day in.
Oh, is that
instead of one a week in.
Is that the plan?
Yep.
Okay. Good luck, bro.
How you doing, darling? I'm fine. Shit, say, John, before you get into your thing, would you?
What are you doing? Ah. the worst highlighting tool ever. I just wanted to illustrate my reasoning here, though, because we're gonna look for therefores as a keyword. Because I think anything that has therefore are all of them gonna have therefore? Okay. So therefore is not one that we get to look for. So we'd have fair-skinned, sunburn. Then we have fair-skinned, sunburn. So we have the same like order of pink, orange. Or it would be pink, orange, and we have pink, orange. So it's probably this one. People who are suffering from tinnitus lose their sense of smell. Mary has lost her sense of smell, therefore is suffering from tinnitus. Therefore, is suffering from tinnitus. Oh, I messed this up actually. I highlighted this wrong. I got distracted. So yeah, it's pink, brown, pink. So no, it can't be this because this is pink, brown. This is pink, brown, pink. I don't think this is structured correctly, even if it's people suffered from jaundice cannot become blood donors. Yeah, this is just not even kind of. This is a bait with the word cannot, because Gerald could not distinguish, but that's different. I feel like this is bait with the word cannot. Because cannot distinguish is part of the thing. And this is also reversing it. They are a blood donor. Yeah, it's incorrectly paralleled. People who are colorblind cannot become airline pilots.
And our conversations are just about the same. Someone's telling you they think they know my name.
Yeah, this one also incorrectly structures. People who are diabetic cannot eat large amounts of sugar. Fred is diabetic, therefore he is on a special diet, and that's just totally wrong. So yeah, we were able to eliminate all of them. We're not speeding ourselves here. We're just trying to make sure that we are correctly identifying logic. We will be because we were good on this one right away. We almost made a mistake by marking it incorrectly. But I theory of military deterrence was based on simple psychological truth that fear of retaliation makes a would-be aggressor nation hesitate before attacking is often sufficient to deter it altogether from attacking. Clearly, then, to maintain military deterrence, a nation would have to be believed to have retaliatory powers, so great that a potential aggressor nation would have reason to think that it could not defend itself against such retaliation. Statement above are true, which one of the following can be properly inferred. The aggressor nation can be deterred from attacking if it has certain knowledge that will destroy it. I mean, yes, because so the first part is saying military deterrence, and the is a thing, and then the second part is just saying, then for that to be true, there has to be a degree associated with it. So this follows with that, which are true of the following can properly be inferred. If we're inferring that a certain degree is required, then attackers could be deterred if the inference down here, or the not inference, the gauge, the like level that is being implied is met. And that does match. A nation will not attack another nation if it believes that its own retaliatory power surpasses that of other nations. I don't think that even makes sense. A nation will not attack another nation if it believes that its own retaliatory power surpasses that of another nation. I don't think that makes sense, because we're not talking about a nation attacking because what is that, like the best offense is a good defense type statement? I don't think that really makes any sense. One's nation's failing to attack another establishes that the nation fails to attack, believes that it could not withstand a retaliatory attack from another nation. I don't think that's the only reason. This is too broad. This is basically saying the only reason. I mean, it doesn't say only, but one nation's failing to attack and another establishes that the nation fails to attack, believes that it could not withstand a retaliatory attack from the other nation. That's not the only reason, though, to not attack. I don't think we can infer that. Or, I don't think we can infer that. I think this is the one that's winning so far. It is the interest of a nation that seeks deterrence and has unsurpassed military power to let potential aggressors against it become aware of its power of retaliatory attack. That could be true, because aggressor nations would have to have reason to think that it could not defend itself. This is basically saying the same thing, that they'd have to have certain knowledge that it would be destroyed by counterattacks. Now, these both say kind of the same thing. I feel like I like the first one more, but this one could totally be... I'm not seeing a reason it couldn't be D. Immediately. Maintaining maximum deterrence from aggression by other nations requires that a nation maintain a retaliatory force greater than that of other nations. We could infer this. Oh, but it says believed. It doesn't actually have to. It just has to be believed. So... doesn't require. Requires that a nation maintains neutrality. So no. It is in the interest of a nation that seeks deterrence and has unsurpassed military power to let potential aggressors against it become aware of its power of retaliatory attack. This would be true, but... ooh. A would-be aggressor nation can be deterred from attacking only if it has certain knowledge. No, that's... I don't think we can determine that. I think this wins because this is using absolutist language. To the editor, in 1960, an astronomer proposed, we gotta watch out for absolutist language because it kind of locks you down. To the editor, in the 1960s, an astronomer proposed a mathematical model for determining whether extraterrestrial life exists. It is based on the assumption that as we know it could, or assumption that life as we know it could exist only on a planet that many stars are like our sun, orbited by planets. On the basis that there are 9 planets in our solar system, and one of them has life, we know it. I'm sorry. My eyes lost focus. Where am I? On the basis that there are 9 planets in our solar system and one of them has life as we know it, the astronomer predicted that there are as many as 1 million extraterrestrial civilizations across all solar systems. Yet astronomers to date have not detected even one planet outside our solar system. This indicates that the astronomer's model is wrong and life as we know it exists only on the planet Earth. Clay Maltz. Which one of the following, if accepted by Clay Maltz, would require him to reconsider his conclusion? Forms of life other than life as we know it exist on other planets. Well, no. It says life as we know it exists. So this is irrelevant. There are many stars that are not orbited by planets. I think also irrelevant. Detecting planets outside our solar system requires more sophisticated instruments that are currently available. That could make him reconsider, because how can we say this is true if we can't check it? The soundness of the conclusion reached by applying a mathematical model depends on the soundness of the assumption on which the model is based. It sounds irrelevant. Due to sheer distance and expansion of space involved, any extraterrestrials would have great difficulty communicating. I don't think communication matters. On the basis that there are 9 planets, predict that there are as many as 1 million extraterrestrials, yet astronomers to date have not detected even one planet outside our solar system. Yeah, so it's saying based on models we predict, but we haven't been able to confirm those predictions. We'd have to reconsider that if detecting those planets just isn't even possible. If Max were guilty, he would not ask the police to investigate. Therefore, his asking the police to investigate shows that he is not guilty. The logical structure of the argument above is most similar to which one of the following. Okay, so if Max were guilty, he would not ask the police to investigate. Therefore, his asking the police to investigate shows that he is not guilty. Lucille were in the next room. Oh yeah, let's check the therefores. Therefore. Okay, they all have therefore. Sometimes you can get an easy dub on these because they're just not structured the same on like simple connectors and stuff. But yeah, I'll be able to see her. The fact that I can see her. This would be more the yellow. This would be actually like more like the yellow because it's the not guilty. Not in the next room, so I don't really think so here. If Sam were rich, he would not ask. He would not spend his vacation in Alaska. Okay. Fuck Alaska, I guess. His spending his vacation in the Bahamas shows that he is rich. This is like a third thing, though. I don't think it's this. I think this one's just gone. It doesn't feel... Let's more do it like this. We've got if he would therefore shows inverse of this. So we can kind of, if we were going to speed through this, be like, if Sally were sociable, then we check. Therefore, the fact she is sociable shows that she does not avoid her friends. So, like, no. I feel like that eliminates it. Mark were a good cook. He would not put cinnamon in chili. Therefore, the fact that he is not a good cook shows that he puts cinnamon in his chili. This one isn't structured right in the middle. Because this first part needs to be mirrored at the end as the reverse. If Joe were over 40, shows that he is over 40. If Lucille were in the next room, she is not in the next room. So I think it's this one just because we're like, the first part is if we were guilty, that he is not guilty. I think you could just, like, everything in between basically doesn't matter. Because if it doesn't start with a positive and end with the negative, then it can't be valid. If Sam were rich, so this is positive, positive. This is positive, positive. This is good cook versus cinnamon and chili. Yeah. A population of game ducks at Western Lake contains 55 males to every 45 females, while a population of game ducks at Eastern Lake contains 65 males for every 35 females. Among those ducks that have not yet bred, there are only slightly more males than females. But among older ducks, the number of males greatly exceeds the number of females. Because there are appreciably more males among adult ducks than among young ducks, we can infer that the greater the disparity in overall sex ratios, the greater the percentage of older male ducks in the population.
It's not only possible as the World Social Forum would have it, but
That's confusing to me. Population of game ducks at Western Lake contains 55 males to every 45 females. So, okay. It's just means 55% are male, 45% are female. While a population of game ducks at Eastern Lake contains 65% male, 35% females. Among those ducks that have not yet bred, there are only slightly more males than females. But among older ducks, the number of males greatly exceeds the number of females. Because there are appreciably more males among adult ducks than young ducks, we can infer that the greater the disparity in overall sex ratios, the greater the percentage of old male ducks in the population. Okay, I follow. The older the average duck population is, the more male, or the more males there are, the more likely there's going to be more old males. Contains lower so we can infer the population of game ducks at Western Lake, which is the first one, contains a lower percentage of adult males than the population at East Lake. We could infer that. Yeah, we could infer that. That does track with what's being said. Because if East Lake has 65 males, then it would have more adult. It would have more old male ducks. So Westlake, only having 55 males, means it would have fewer adult males. The population of game ducks at Eastern Lake contains a higher percentage of non-adult game ducks than the population of Western Lake. We can't infer that. That's the opposite of what we're being told. The number of male game ducks is higher in Eastern Lake population than in Western Lake population. Total number of male game ducks is higher in Eastern Lake population than the Western Lake population. I mean, that is also true. That can be inferred. This is also true. Is it more true because it's explicitly said and not inferred, though? Or is this one more true because it's inferred and not explicitly said? Because this is just explicitly said. The number of non-adult ducks hatched in a breeding season is higher in the Eastern Lakes population than the Western. We would not be able to infer that. I think the opposite would be inferred. Because if they have 65 males, then then we would assume if we're holding this to be true, then the higher ratio would mean that there's more adults and not more hatchlings. So we can't infer that. Adult female game ducks outnumber non-adult female game ducks in the Eastern Lakes population. We can't infer that at all. So it's really just how could we eliminate one of these? The population of game ducks at Western Lake contains a lower percentage of adult males. Oh, wait, percentage? Yeah, it specifically says the percentage. There's more words that are mirrored in this, because we have percentage mirrored, we have populations. This is just total number. I like A more. Yeah. And we're not talking about total, we're talking about percentage. Because maybe the total is... Because we don't know how many, we just know the ratio. So that's why this one can't be true. The common procedure for determining whether a food additive... I'm gonna sneeze. Oh, fuck. The common procedure for determining whether a food additive should be banned from U.S. is to compare its health-related benefits with its potential risk. Yellow dye number 5, an additive used to color lemon soda, might cause allergic reactions in a few customers. For most customers of lemon soda, however, the coloring enhances their enjoyment of the beverage. This particular additive should not be banned, therefore, because it benefits greatly outweigh its risk. That is, I hate the way that's worded. Flaw in the argument is that the author implies that the dye entails no health-related risks. Treats enjoyment of a beverage as health-related benefit. It does say health-related benefit there. Versus risks. God, the highlight function is so goddamn bad. Whatever. We're getting distracted. So, like, I like that one. I don't think they're implying no health risks. They say allergic reactions, so this isn't true. We're talking about one thing, though, in the argument. So that's also not relevant. Based on the argument on an unproven claim regarding danger... Okay, no. We're talking about basically the benefit versus the risk. Presumes that most customers heed the warning. No, we didn't talk about that at all, so it's got to be B. The rest of these were just really bad. Fines levied against those responsible for certain environmental damaging accidents are now so high that it costs a company responsible for such an accident more to pay the fine that would have cost to adopt measures that would have prevented the incident. Therefore, since businesses value their profits, those that might have such accidents will now install adequate environmental safeguards. Which of the following most seriously weakens the argument? I mean, I believe that would be good, but let's see what most serious weakens the argument would be. Businesses generally greatly underestimate the risk of future accidents. Businesses are as concerned with long-term as they are with short-term strategies for maximize. I don't know if that actually has anything to do with it. Businesses generally do the environmentally right thing only if doing so makes good business sense. This would do the opposite of weekends. Businesses treat fines that are levied against them as ordinary business expenses. Maybe businesses are learning to exploit the public's environmental awareness and promoting themselves. I mean, yeah, if they think it's not gonna happen, then why would they? Like, because then if they, I do kind of think that's the way to go, because since saying that might have such accidents will install adequate environmental safeguards, they'll just think, hey, it'll never happen to us. Even in a democracy, it is necessary to restrict the dissemination of advanced technological knowledge that is of commercial or national security value. Dissemination to certain countries, those that are or will be competitors or enemies, should be selectively prohibited. There must, however, be free exchange of scientific information. In order to act in accordance with the position above, it would be necessary to be able to rely on each of the following, except rely on each of the following, except it's possible to distinguish with confidence despite any change in the international environment, friendly or non-competitive forms of hostile nations. We're looking for accept, so that one seems like we would need to be able to do that. In a democracy, it's not necessary that the public have detailed knowledge of the country's advanced technology in order, for example, to make informed decisions about their... In democracy, it's not necessary that the public have detailed knowledge of the country's advanced technology in order, for example, to make informed decisions about the direction the public policy should take. I don't think we talked about that, so maybe that's correct, because that doesn't really seem relevant to what we're said. In most fields of science, basic scientific research is further advanced in countries that are democracies than in countries that are not democracies. Well, this would be super irrelevant, because if we're exchanging scientific information, it doesn't matter. Also, we're not talking about democracies versus non-democracies. We're talking about democracies versus enemy nations, who might also be democracies. In each field of science, it's possible to distinguish scientific and advanced technology knowledge that is commercially or nationally secret. Yeah, this would be required. In cases where a company that uses advanced technology is a multinational entity, it is possible to keep information. Yeah, that would also be required. So yeah, it's got to be this one. Water vapor evaporated from the ocean contains a greater proportion of oxygen-16 and a smaller proportion of heavier oxygen-18 than does seawater. Normally, this phenomenon has no effect on the overall composition of the ocean, because evaporated seawater returns to the ocean through precipitation. During an ice age, however, a large amount of precipitation falls on ice caps where it is trapped as ice. Which one of the following conclusions about a typical ice age is most strongly supported by the statement above? The proportion of oxygen-16 and oxygen-18 are the same in vapor from seawater as in the seawater itself. No, the concentration of oxygen-18 in seawater is increased. I don't think that's implied. Rain and snow contain relatively more oxygen 16 than they do in interglacial periods. Maybe. During the Ice Age, more of the Earth's precipitation falls over land than falls over the ocean. I don't think we could infer that at all. The composition of seawater changes more slowly than it does in... I think it has to be C. It could be E, but I feel like it's got to be C. I don't feel super strongly about this one. Whenever there's a scientifically termed one, I feel like I get a little confused on it. Some of the most prosperous nations in the world have experienced a pronounced drop in national saving rates, the percentage of after-tax income an average household saves. This trend will undoubtedly continue as the average age of these nations' populations continues to rise, since older people have fewer reasons to save than do younger people. Which of the following indicates an error in the reasoning leading to the prediction above? Fails to specify many reasons younger people have for saving money, and fails to identify which of those reasons is strongest. It doesn't, yeah, it doesn't. Some of the most prosperous nations in the world, okay, this trend will inevitably continue. Nations' populations continue to rise since older people have fewer reasons to save than do younger people. Okay, but that's definitely an error. Since it doesn't tell us why. Why is that? Like, how can we even possibly infer that to be true? It assumes the negative savings rates, the result of the average household spending all of its tax incomes existing economic. Yeah, I don't think that's... It fails to cite statistics showing that the average age of the population of certain nations is rising. I don't think that's important, actually. Because it says this trend will undoubtedly continue if the average age of these nations' populations continue to rise. Only takes into account the comparative number of reasons older and younger people respectively have for saving, and not the comparative strengths of those reasons. I don't think it does either of those things. It uses after-tax income as the basis for computing the nation's national savings rate without establishing by argument that after-tax income is more appropriate based. I don't think it does that either. I don't know if this is right, but I definitely don't think that's right. It could be C, maybe, like... I'm not feeling super strong one way or the other. But I feel like it's not the age thing, because it's less important to establish that the ages are increasing and more is this presumption that older people have fewer reasons to save even true. The thing I don't like about this is it fails to specify many reasons younger people have for saving money. I like that. And it fails to differentiate which of those reasons is the strongest. That I don't think makes any sense. I still want to go with A just because I don't really like these other ones, but I feel like we're getting this one wrong. Can we like mark it? I thought we could mark a question. We'll just remember 11. The term pit bull does not designate a breed of dog, as do the term German shepherds and poodle. It is like the term seeing eye dog and police dog, which designate dogs according to what they do. If you take two German shepherds and place them side by side, you can tell them by appearance alone which is the police dog and which is the seeing eye dog. Which of the following is the main point of the passage? Pit bulls can be distinguished from other kinds of dogs by appearance alone. Dog is a pit bull because of what it does, not because of its breed. No. Easy. That was an easy one. Historically, monetary systems have developed only in population centers with marketplaces. Through the 4th century BC, Mesopotamian cities engaged in trade, but had never had marketplaces. By that period, however, Greek cities all had marketplaces, or agorae. The Greek cities' agorae were centrally located and goods were traded there either for money or for commodities. If all the statements in the passage are true, then which one of the following must also be true? In the 4th century BC, Greek cities were the only populations with monetary systems. Historically, monetary systems have developed only in population centers with marketplaces. The 4th century BC, Mesopotamian cities engaged in trade but had never had marketplaces. It's not saying monetary systems, it says marketplaces. In the 4th century BC, the Greeks and the Mesopotamians traded with each other. No, we can't. After the 4th century BC, Mesopotamian cities had marketplaces and... It doesn't say they... It says they traded, it just doesn't say whether they had it.
We should know all the same stuff that they do.
I don't think we can infer that at all.
Really, the music is more classical. To me, the music is Western and Eastern. I think more of Eastern is the rhythm.
Or no, yeah. They did not have monetary systems because monetary systems have developed only in population centers with marketplaces. Through the 4th century BC, Mesopotamian cities engaged in trade, but never had marketplaces. So that means they didn't have monetary systems. I think that's what we can determine. By that period, however, Greek cities all had marketplaces, or agorae. The Greek cities, agorae, were centrally located and goods were traded there either for money or commodities. So they had a monetary system. But we can't determine that they were the only ones. These are just the only ones we talked about. And we're saying the opposite of these, I think. That monetary systems developed in population centers with marketplaces. Not that we can't assume the inverse. Just because A equals B does not always mean B equals A. In something like this. In math, it might. I don't actually know. I fucking suck at math. Computer operating system software has become increasingly standardized, but when large businesses with multiple linked computer systems use identical operating system software on all of its computers, a computer vandal who gains access to one computer automatically has access to the data on all the computers, using a program known as a virus. The vandal can then destroy much of the data on all the computers. If such a business introduced minor variations into its operating system software, unauthorized access to all the computers at the same time could be virtually eliminated. Furthermore, variations in operating system software can be created without any loss of computer compatibility to the business. Therefore, it is advisable for businesses to implement such variations. Which of the following is, if true, supports the conclusion of the passage? Standardization in computer operating system software has increased computer compatibility among different businesses. No. Correcting any damage resulting from an invasion by a computer virus program is more expensive than preventing the damage. I don't think that supports it. It's kind of neutral. We won't cross it off yet. It is not costly for a business to maintain incompatible computer operating systems. That would... But it's saying without any loss to computer compatibility. So, no, that's... There are other kinds of destructive computer programs that do not depend on intercomputer links. No. Not all businesses need to share data among their internal computer systems. Yeah, I guess this, because none of these other ones are really valid. passage. If a business does not introduce variety into its computer operating systems, it will lose data on its computers because of damage from virus programs. Maybe.
Back in the 20s and the teens during the Harlem Renaissance, and they had
I don't think we can say will,
so that it became a remarkable sort of art form.
because it says
But what happened? In
can,
many instances, we didn't learn about that.
and it says
We
much
learned about
of,
the
not
kind of
all.
poetry that nobody could understand.
If a business introduces variety into its linked computer operating systems, it will have increased overall protection for its systems, but will not have protect every computer from viral invasions.
So in the ninth grade, like a teacher
Yes. If a business does not have multiple linked computer systems, its computers cannot be protected from computer viruses.
I looked at the point and said, "What now outside the wall I see?"
I don't think we could say that at all. If minor variations are created in computer operating system software, it will be easier to access the data on the computer that use that software. I don't think it says that at all. I can't. This is like a certainty. You're just increasing the risk. Yeah. It is the mark of a superior conductor that he or she has the authority to insist, even with a top orchestra, that the rehearsal work must be intensified. This authority can simply be claimed. The conductor must earn it by winning the orchestra's respect for the artistic interpretations he or she is currently pursuing. In taking the position outlined, the author proposes which one of the following.
Baby, can't you understand? Don't you know it's wrong to make me suffer?
Superior conductor
Selfish actions of another man.
devises different interpretations of a composition for each orchestra with which they perform. I don't think it says different. Superior conductors are perfectionists who are never satisfied with... No. Top orchestras are always ready to put in additional work on rehearsal if the conductor considers additional rehearsal necessary. No, we're not talking about the orchestra, though. The conductor has to prove it to the orchestra. Top orchestras can appreciate the merits of an interpretation even before they have brought it to full realization. I mean, both of these could be true. Presupposes which of the following? Superior. Mark of a superior conductor. I think it has to be that. In the United States, proven oil reserves, the amount of oil considered extractable from known fields, are at the same level as they were 10 years ago. Yet over this time, no new oil fields of any consequence have been discovered, and the annual consumption of domestically produced oil has increased. Which one of the following, if true, best reconciles this discrepancy described above? Over the past decade, the annual consumption of imported oil has increased more rapidly than that of domestic oil in the United States. But it says domestically produced oil has increased. So I don't think this does. Like, that would just be paradoxical with it. Conservation measures have lowered the rate of growth of domestic oil consumption from what it was a decade ago. But I feel like that's paradoxical with it too. Oil exploration in the United States is slowed due to increased concern over the environmental impact. But that's also paradoxical with it. The price of domestically produced oil has fallen substantially over the past decade. I feel like that would mean the opposite. Due to technological advances over the last decade, much oil previously considered unextractable is now considered extractable. That would explain it. Train service suffers when a railroad combines commuter and freight service by dividing its attention between its freight and commuter customers. A railroad serves neither particularly well. Therefore, if a railroad is going to be a successful business, then it must concentrate exclusively one of these two markets. Ugh. God, I have like heartburn. The argument to be logically correct, it must make which one of the following assumptions. Commuter and freight service have little in common with each other. Oh, wait. Train service suffers when a railroad combines commuter and freight service. By dividing its attention between its freight and commuter customers, a railroad serves neither particularly well. Therefore, if a railroad is going to be a successful business, this must concentrate on one of these two. I mean, that could be an assumption.
Well, for one thing,
The first priority of a railroad is to be a successful business.
A combination of different experiences.
It says train service suffers. Not that it's a business.
We play together, whether I'm playing when I'm playing alone.
Well, it says it here. Unless it serves its customers well, it will not be a successful business. That's better. That's better. If a railroad concentrates on commuter service, the successful. Most people in the United States view neither big nor small business as particularly efficient or dynamic, regard both as providing consumers with fairly priced goods and services. However, most people consistently perceive small business as a force for good in society, whereas big business is perceived as socially responsible only in times of prosperity. Statement above, if true, would provide the strongest support for which one of the following hypotheses. Most people in the United States give little thought to the value of business to society. That doesn't... If big business were more efficient, it would be perceived more favorably in the public generally. But it's not about efficiency, it's about good. Because they... big nor small business is particularly efficient. Small business were regarded as being more dynamic. It too would receive strongly favorable. I don't think we can determine that either. Even if people did not regard big business as providing consumers with value for their money, they would still regard it as socially responsible in times of general prosperity. We can't say that at all. None of that was said. Many people in the United States regard the social responsibility of big business as extending beyond providing consumers with fairly priced goods and services.
What is the fucking question, man? Shit, goddamn. Now, you know your dose, man. meal, dudes. Yeah, I think I took it before. Now, come on, see it. Come on, share it, dudes. You always share your dudes. That means you go to space. You got astral travel.
I mean, we could be this, but
Liquid like sweets. And then you'll see what happens to your ass. You will not need it. So I give you one that will last you for about.
I feel like it's gotta be that. The energy an animal must expend to move uphill is proportional to its body weight, whereas the animal's energy output available to perform this task is proportional to its surface area. This is the reason that small animals like squirrels can run up a tree trunk almost as fast as they can move level ground, whereas large animals tend to slow down when they are moving uphill. Which one of the following is an assumption on which the explanation above depends? The amount of energy needed to move uphill is no greater for large animals than it is for small animals. Small animals can move more rapidly than large animals. It's not about rapid. The ratio of surface area to body weight is smaller in large animals than it is in small animals. No, reverse, opposite of this. Because, so it's saying the more it weighs, the more energy required, and the bigger it is, the more energy it has. No. Yeah, the amount of energy needed to move uphill is no greater for a large animal than it is for a small animal. No, that's completely wrong. Ratio of surface area to body weight is smaller in large animals than it is to small animals. Oh yeah, no, this would be true because, like, if you have an animal that is that weighs 10 grams, just as a number, or 10 units, and has a surface area of 1. Then it's like a 10 to 1. Whereas if you have a large animal that is like
Just hope y'all stay down with us. And as far as,
weighs
like, production,
100
we are taking it to a
units.
whole nother level. We are looking for groups, but we're not like trying to rush it right now. Just trying to put out nobody who just can rap. Because everybody can rap. My mama can rap. You know what I'm saying? But
There's like this is like a math thing, and because as something that's bigger, like, we're not talking about density here. I feel like we're not supposed to have to consider density. Because we're not assuming the small animal is, like, particularly dense compared to the large animal. Because if we're saying the amount of energy required is proportional to the body weight. So the ratio of surface area, yellow, to body weight is smaller than large animals. I think it's got to be that. Right? Unless I'm just misunderstanding it. The 1980s have been characterized as a period of selfish individualism that threatens the cohesion of society. But this characterization is true of any time. Throughout history, all human actions have been motivated. Studying. More like studying. We're doing studying. Throughout history, all human actions have been motivated by selfishness. As soon as we're done, we're going to play Pokemon. Throughout history, all human actions have been motivated by selfishness. When the deep implications are considered, even the simplest unselfish acts have to be instances of selfish concern for the human species. Which one of the following is a flaw in the argument? The claim that selfishness has been present throughout history is not actually relevant to the argument. Yeah, it's not relevant to the argument because it's not has there been selfishness, but has the 1980s been a period of characterized by selfish individualism? Honestly, the LSAT test is retarded, and has nothing to do with law. This isn't even philosophical. This is a logic puzzle. No statistical evidence is provided to show that humans act selfishly more often than they act unselfishly. But we're not talking about that. That actually doesn't matter. The argument assumes that selfishness is unique to this present age.
You know, there's a line I've always loved of Leonard Cohen.
But we're not talking about the present age. He's arguing against that selfishness is relevant to the present age. So that's also doesn't actually matter.
So they're beautiful gifts. And if you
We're not talking about other species.
that's a beautiful, beautiful day. Thinking about that
Maybe, but also
that little fish,
probably not.
man.
I think selfishness is entirely environmentally dependent learned behavior. Selfishness is learned. I don't even think you could maybe say it's a survival instinct in that is around from times of scarcity when you needed to be selfish to survive, but it's one of those it's one of those kind of things that isn't relevant in modern times of abundance and can be unlearned. It's also a trait that is only relevant in times of scarcity, as we're a social species, and selfishness is antithetical to the social structure that is more present to our success as a species. I think it's A, because I don't think it's relevant that it's been throughout history. Medical journal used a questionnaire survey to determine whether a particular change in its format would increase its readership. 62% of those who returned the questionnaire supported the change. On the basis of this outcome, the decision was made to introduce the new format. Which of the following, if were determined to be true, would provide the best evidence that the journal's decision will have the desired effect? Of the readers who received the questionnaire, 90% returned them. Other journals have based format changes on survey results. The percentage of surveyed readers who liked the format changes was almost the same as the percentage of the entire potential readership who would like the format change. In modern times, definitely a learned behavior in humans, but on the time scale that's really recent biologically for us, most living things have suffered from scarcity for most of known time. Yeah, I mean, but that's also why we developed in-group, out-groups. Because even with the, like, selfishness, you can't be individualistically selfish. Which is kind of what this was it was talking about right here, is selfish individualism. On the broad sweep of things, yeah, selfishness is something that was deeply necessary to a degree during a history of extreme scarcity when the world was a zero-sum game. But individual selfishness has always been antithetical to survival. It's only in modern times, in a construction of abundance, that individual selfishness is even possible. And I use modern very loosely, because you really need a societal power structure that allows an individual to be more selfish than others for it to even be possible, is like what I mean. Like, you can't really have excessive selfishness in most societal structures that aren't somewhat that don't have, like, classes basically built into them in these, like, economic terms. So it's basically, like, from feudalism forward which is also the earliest form of capitalism, is, like, feudalism. Is there even really an existence of these hyper-individual selfish people that are basically like, I'm the chosen of God, so I deserve everything, and you all have to work to make sure that I'm the best. And none of you deserve it because you're not the chosen of God. Whereas, like, you look at the grand time scale of things, we lived as tribesmen for most of human history, and only I can talk to the God who chose me. Exactly. Whereas, yeah, like, you're right on the grand time scale thing, even that is a minute snippet. Like, we're a super minute snippet of, like, this modern individualistic, like, form of this, but then, like, feudalism isn't even that much farther back. It's only, like, maybe another 1,000 to 2,000 years, whereas, like, humanity is probably closer to, like, 500,000 years old as we, like, would recognize it today. And for 90 like 8% of that time, we were just entirely basically monkeys living in what would be essentially primitivistic communism. In which the only way you survive is rely on every single other person who is like you. Hell, you can even kind of see that through historical wars, because historical wars used to have insanely low fatality numbers compared to modern wars. Not just because, yeah, monkey see, monkey do, monkey's yours, monkey's mine, yeah. Just because, like, not even counting weapons, but it used to just be like that the invading armies would come in and just be like, well, this is ours now. Does anyone have a problem? We're gonna go kill the guy that's in charge. Everyone's like, what do I fucking care? He's just some asshole taking advantage of us. A medical journal used a questionnaire to determine whether... Okay, 62% of those who returned the questionnaire supported the change. I just work here, man. Yeah, exactly. It's like if someone came in and was gonna be like, I'm gonna kill your boss, and then I'm gonna be the boss. You'd be like, can I get an extra 15 minutes for my lunch break? Cool? Yeah, yeah? I didn't even see you walk in. Bye, buddy. On the basis of this outcome, the decision was made to introduce a new format. Which of the following, if it were determined to be true, would provide the best evidence that the journal's decision will have the desired effect? 90% of the readers who were dissatisfied with the old format, and only 50% of the readers who liked the old format returned their questionnaire. It was determined that the new format would be less costly than the old format. Irrelevant. The percentage of readers who liked the format change was almost the same as the percentage of the entire potential readership who would like the format change. Reading this one is a little confusing to me, and it makes me want to say no. Other journals have based format changes on surveys. That means nothing. Of the readers who received the questionnaire, 90% returned them. If a large population of those surveyed return them, it makes me feel like that has better odds. Shauna, owners of any work of art, simply by virtue of ownership, ethically have the right to destroy that artwork if they find it morally or aesthetically distasteful, or if caring for it becomes inconvenient. Jorg, ownership of unique artwork, unlike ownership of other kinds of object, carries the moral right to possess but not to destroy. A unique work of art, which aesthetic or historical value belongs to posterity, and so must be preserved, whatever the personal wishes of its legal owner. Which one of the following principles, if accepted, would contribute most to Shauna's defense of her position against Jorg? Truly great works of art are never morally or aesthetically distasteful to any serious student of art history.
The experience of learning the standard chord patterns, we could be able to improvise and create other forms, and playing with musicians that are sensitive enough.
He never says truly great, so truly great has nothing to do with it. The right of future generations to have their artistic heritage preserved is of greater importance than the right of any presently living individual. That would support Jorg and not Shauna. We're talking about the right to destroy art. We're trying to find the one that justifies Shauna's right to destroy art. It would be imprudent to allow present stock of artworks to be destroyed without some guarantee that the artists of the future will produce works as great as those produced in the past. No, that supports Jorg, not Shauna. There are certain entities. Does she own the art or only create it? It says virtue of ownership. So based on the virtue of ownership, she ethically has the right to destroy that work if they find it morally or aesthetically distasteful. Or even if it just becomes inconvenient to take care of it. So we have to find the one that defends that. There are certain entities over which no one would be ethically justified in claiming absolute right to ownership. No, because that helps Jorg. The autonomy of individuals to do what they wish with what is theirs must not be compromised in the absence of a threat to anyone's health or safety. Yeah, that would be it. Easily. I don't think this one to me is easy. I'd be stunned if we got that wrong. Next one. On the basis of their statement, Shauna and Jorg are committed to disagreeing about the truth of which one of the following statements. Anyone who owns a portrait presenting his or her father in an unflattering light would, for that reason alone, be ethically justified in destroying it. Well, Shauna would agree with that. Jorg would not agree with that, so that tracks. People who own aesthetically valuable works of art have no moral obligation to make them available for public viewing. Neither of them are talking about that. Valuable paintings by well-known artists are seldom intentionally damaged or destroyed by their owners. The frequency of it also is not what's being discussed. If a piece of sculpture is not unique, its owner has no ethical obligation to preserve it if doing so proves burdensome. Well, they might agree on that one, so it can't be that one. It's just a great dick pic. It's morally wrong to delete it. True. I mean, do you see the girth? It's legally permissible for a unique and historical valuable mural to be destroyed by its owner if he or she... The legality is also not in question. I think it's A. Let's see which ones we got wrong. We only missed 4. We did great. Okay. We also took forever, though, because we were, like, faffing around, but... I immediately see why I got that fucking wrong. No, that's right. That's right, yeah. We're not talking about the rain and snow. We're talking about the seawater. I fucked up that one. Okay, what's the next one that I missed? 11. Okay, this one confused me. Which one was it? It only takes into account the comparative numbers of reasons older and younger people respectively have for saving, not the comparative strengths of those reasons. I still don't really understand why either of these would be correct, but I, upon double reading, do understand why this one is more correct. And it's because we're talking about it only takes into account the comparative number of reasons. It says older people have fewer reasons to save than do younger people. So younger people have more reasons. But does not, yeah, it does not take into account the strength of those reasons. So that is true. Whereas I selected, it fails to specify the many reasons younger people have for saving money, and it fails to identify which of those reasons is strongest. Like, A is still kind of right, but it's not a good reason for it's not an error because it doesn't necessarily have to specify the reasons, but it does need to specify the strengths. But it doesn't need to specify the strongest one. This one is still confusing. I feel like A is the best wrong answer, so we got close. I don't feel too bad about this one, and it is a little hard for me to totally say that it'd be hard for me to say that I'd get this one right on a second go around. Other than this one is more correct to what is happening in the paragraph, and I would just have to be more discerning in that way. Then we missed 21, which is the claim that selfishness has been present throughout history is not actually relevant to the argument. Which one of the following is the flaw in the argument? The argument relies on two different uses of the term selfish. This was my other pick, but I chose not to go with that one because I was like, I don't know if that actually changes the argument. Although, let's see. Can we identify the two different versions of selfish? Throughout history, all human actions have been motivated by selfishness. When the deeper implications are considered, even the simplest unselfish act proves to be an instance of selfish concern for the human species. So yes, no, we even talked about it. This was a blunder because I even said when we were pontificating about the philosophy and the genetics of selfishness throughout history, culturally and genetically, that we're talking about individual selfishness, whereas historical selfishness was more selfishness for your group, because you didn't have the means to be individualistically selfish. We did not have a society that created a structure that made that permissibly possible. So I'm now upon that second read realizing the mistake I made, and it was even in my hands. I even had the answer in my hands. I basically said the answer and then still dropped it on the floor. Because yes, we're talking about individual selfishness up here, and then we're talking about selfishness for a group down here. So yes, E is an obviously correct answer, while as A is a stretch. I did do well. The question would be, could I do as well if I did this in 1/3 the time? Or 1/4 the time? Because, yeah, if I did this well... Yeah, if I did that well on every section when I take this, I would have a freakishly high score that would put me in the like basically the 90th percentile. Yeah. If I did that well taking it, I would be insane. Now, the last time I took it, I did really bad on one of the sections and I scored here. When I do the individual ones, I don't time myself because I was told that's not helpful. What I do is when I take the full tests, I time myself on the full tests because it's more of a demonstration of the like whole thing. My best timed score so far has been a 157. I've basically been told when you're doing the individual sections for practice, you should just focus on getting your accuracy up. It's kind of like the same idea when you're like practicing martial arts or something. Is like you should give every bit of focus you can to the controlled environment where you have like maximum safety, where you're practicing, where you have maximum safety and you have maximum time, so that you can perfect that like technique. So when you're in the uncontrolled environment, i.e. the timed version in this regard, you will be more accurate because like when I did like kendo, my instructor would always tell me, in a time of intensity, you're only going to remember 70% of what you learned. So you better make sure what you've learned is good enough to get you by with only 70%. See, I wanted to see if I had a card because there's this little, let's see, this little Pokemon little starting Pokemon that can help my deck strategy here that I saw, and I was like, oh my god, if I put that in my deck, this deck would be strong. It's like a little pink blob Pokemon. Is it... I'm not seeing it. It's like a little pink fuzzy thing. God, I don't remember what it was.
What are you looking for?
It's a little pink Pokemon. It has this move that's like something kiss, and it lets you search your deck for psychic energies and attach them to your Pokemon. But it doesn't do any damage.
And what's the Pokemon?
Is it maybe a fairy type?
And what's the Pokemon look like?
A little pink furball type thing. It's got like maybe little ears.
Are you talking about Cleffa?
No, definitely not.
Jigglypuff?
Definitely not.
Little pink fuzzy.
It's like a baby Pokemon. Like a baby form of a Pokemon.
Cleffa is a baby form of a Pokemon. It allows you to do what?
It allows you to attach energy cards from your deck to cards on your board. I do hate that you just can't really see. It could just be that I have bad eyes, but I can't really see anything if I don't have it on the full screen and cycle through this way. The move also is costless. Like, it has no cost. Like, you can cast it without mana.
And attaches energy cards from the deck.
Yes. Maybe I'm just wrong and it's not a psychic Pokemon. I thought it was a psychic Pokemon. I do remember its move is costless.
What sets are you playing?
Standard format?
Meaning...
I don't know, whatever's in standard format. I am not playing with Gabby. I mean, Mesprit does that, but it takes an energy. That's very similar. But this one's like it has 30 health. Can I categorize by Pokemon who don't have... Standard... Basic... Search by all. I'm so positive that it was a pink card. Purple pink, whatever you want to call it. I saw someone use it in another deck and I was like, oh my god, I want to put that in my deck. It had 30 HP and had a move that cost nothing. 30 HP and a move that cost nothing. It basically only existed to accelerate mana. $30 HP, move that costs nothing. 30 HP, move that costs nothing. I wish I could categorize by 30 HP. There can't be that many Pokemon with 30 HP. Like, it was a little pink diaper baby. Like, it looked like it was wearing a diaper. Oh, Smoochum. This is it right here. Search your deck for up to 2 basic psychic energy cards and attach them to one of your Pokemon. Then shuffle your deck.
You couldn't remember that it was pink and yellow?
I just remember as a pink little diaper baby.
She's not even a baby Pokemon. Like you said.
Is this not a baby?
No.
Kind of looks like a baby to me.
I'm telling you, it's not. Baby Pokemon are a specific category.
I've been playing this already a little bit, and just to get the feel of the meta. Where should I put my head? Probably here, right? I think I figured it out a little bit. They're going to pick who goes first. Going first, I'll say my biggest criticism of learning the Pokemon format competitively is going first is over fucking powered. We mulligan. Ugh, rough. Pokemon, more than any other game, also feels like it just has situations where you instantly lose sometimes, too. It can be rough. So it's our turn. We need to top deck a card that can go into our bench. Perfect. Delightful Kiss. And boom. It's our opponent's turn. Can't read that at all. Search your deck for a basic Pokemon, Stage 1 Pokemon, and Stage 2 Pokemon. Review them, put them into your hand. Then shuffle your deck. Okay, Dawn. We need better support cards. Is probably one of our biggest weaknesses right now, is that we do not have very many good support cards. Poor Smoochum. Just getting obliterated. We'll equip this, and then we'll do this, because our hand is fucking bunk. Their hand is also kind of good. I do own most of these cards IRL. I might not own as many copies of them. This is really bad for us. We will do this. We're in a terrible position, honestly. Especially because they could hit us with sleep. And if we don't luck into the unsleep, we just lose right here. We will just lose right here and now. I own at least one copy of most of these cards. If not all of these cards. in at least some art format. Whoa, why didn't they use... Why didn't they use, the one that puts us to sleep? So we can do it. Wait a minute. Why didn't it die? Did I miss them healing it? Was I not paying attention? They healed it? I wasn't paying attention. They healed it. We've lost. I wasn't paying attention. What did they heal it with? Is there a history? Oh, they played Wally. Okay, yeah. I wasn't paying attention. I missed that they played Wally and didn't look... What? They could have knocked it out with Resentful Rain. I have 6 cards. What are they doing? They could have knocked it out again. Oh, did I... Cool. I did not read that. Well, shit, we fucked up. We fucked up. We lost. We did not... We missed them playing their Wallies. And that really fucked us. I would have made an entirely different decision had I noticed that they played Wallies. That was just my fault. That was my fault for missing it. And not paying attention to what happened on the board. There's a lot to be desired about the visuals on the board here, in my opinion. Like, I feel like stuff isn't like as obviously flashy. Yes, I want to go first. There's never a reason not to go first. If we could luck into drawing God of War right away. Yeah, small indie company. Other than that, I do like the system. Like, visually, it's pretty fucking clunk. But it still works and does everything you need it to do. Fucking Monkadori. God damn it. We want rare candy in our hand, but unfortunately we also... Oh. We also can't do... Oh. Okay. We also can't do anything with it if we don't draw Gourd of War. Mina the Hollower. Okay, here's the problem. We lose. We just lost already. There's nothing we could do about it. This is what I mean by, like, you just brick sometimes. And now we've lost. Wait, what? Why didn't that do... Oh, it's not a dark Pokemon. I thought this was a dark Pokemon. Never mind. Yeah, it's looked like a pretty good game. Alright, we take a risk here by putting another Psychic Energy on him. And then using... No, we don't... Yeah, we'll just use the Snow Cone. And then we'll... We'll do this. Oh, it worked? I guess we didn't get confused. Okay. Do I not know what confusion does? Switch one of your opponent's bench Pokemon to... Okay. Wait, the confusion status is on... Now that doesn't make any sense. This card is dead to us now. I actually don't think I want to play Angel Flotilla. We'll let them play it. It's a little unfortunate. We actually... I don't want to redraw their hand, because I kind of feel like their hand might fucking suck. No, we're not going to do anything. What does confusion do? Well, that helps them a great deal. actually really don't know what confusion does. Okay, they didn't do anything. Okay, the confusion is gone. We'll use Mega Symphony again. We really don't want their Monkadoris on the board. Because those things can actually, with their passive, can be really scary. Okay, this is where we fuck them with the card redraw. Torchic. I was not expecting Torchic. Get fucked. Your hand is garbed now. Okay, the thing is, I kind of need to one-shot their Pokemon, right? So we're going to go... We're actually going to use this more useless one to load up. Because now this move is going to do 50 times 7. And we just need to top deck 1 Psychic Energy. We just need to top deck 1 Psychic Energy. To be able to one-shot this. Booyah. And now it does 400. Booyah. And we got our... They gave up. We're a winner, baby. Yeah. They were really trying to do something by having a Monkadori bench squad. Because having a Monkadori bench squad is really powerful. Feeling tails. Oh, heads. That's a brick. So a mulligan. I wonder what deck they're using. Maybe I put myself over here. Oh, another Monkadori. Okay. We can use Brock's right away. And let us get Ralts and Mega Floatia. And then we'll put them down. And then we'll put that down. And then we'll use Delightful Kiss. Which is actually... This is one of the only situations in which going second is better than normal. Because now on our turn, we'll be able to take our Smooch them, retreat them for Mega Floatia, and on our first attacking turn, be able to, like, actually hit hard. What do you do? Search the deck for an evolution Pokemon and energy card, reveal them. Okay, so they're gonna go for, yeah, Staryu into Starmie, because it's a strong-ass card. Another Monkadori. They do nothing. Which is a little bit expected. And... get our Raltses. Treat. Put that out. And hit us with Eternity Bloom. This also thins our deck, so our draws become better. Ah! We're gonna get hit with Jet Bloom. Buddy buddy puffin'. We're gonna go for just having a big row of these pretty strong Starmies. Oh. Oh. Okay. Not great. Yeah, it actually doesn't matter if I attach the energies now, so... We're kind of bricking. We're kind of bricking. They do need another Starmie or Dark Energy for the Munkadori to have any chance, though. I haven't seen this version. Interesting. That doesn't seem good. If they don't have... What did they just put on? Okay. Uh-huh. Oh, I see. They're gonna try and... Clever. Clever. We don't have anything. We just need to... Eternity Bloom. Yeah, I know. Don't have any. Okay, that's some good cards that we killed. 2 prize cards. Garbage! Okay, if they have a shadow card, a shadow energy, that could be bad for us. Okay, they're just getting the Starmie back. And they're going to hit us with another 120. And they're going to get the Munkadori effect off. We are just not getting draws here. We need something to reset our hand. They're going to put it over here, right? Interesting. Hit us with Jetstream. I'm gonna use this to scout the deck. We only have 1 Curlia, so one of our Curlias and one of our Quartervores is in the prize cards. No! We're just chronically not drawing our shit. They're gonna kill it with the Nebula Beam. Joke's on you, I hated my hand. Well, Although it doesn't matter because Nebula Beam. I mean, that was a brick where we just did not draw any of our draw cards or our trainers. We just bricked. And lost to value play on the Starmies. Ugh. There's so many things we could have drawn that could have won us because we had like a 150 HP heal card too. Yeah, we could have drawn Janeth's. Interesting. Oh. We went, they elected to go second. Very interesting. I've never seen this card. Each player is any opponent. Oh, they're just playing the basic Zygarde deck. Fuck your card. Delightful Kiss. So, okay. What you're about to see right here is slow motion butt fucking. You're about to have to categorize this video to like Pornhub. Because I am going to exercise the most overpowered card in the game right here. And take advantage of weaknesses. And here is the most overpowered card in the game. And we entirely fuck up their setup. Right? See, we entirely fucked up their setup. And then we one-shot their important setup card. And then got to allocate a bunch of psychic energies onto our board. And then get to collect half our prize cards. Okay, they're going to try and do it again. They're drawing. They're discarding cards to draw. They're probably even going to use Binacle to draw more. Okay, they're going to try and evolve their other Ryulu. And we're going to try and one-shot it too. That's what we're gonna do. Okay, they're doing that so that they can use stone arms. So that they can double stack their Ryulu. And then play another energy so that they could try and use loot. Okay. They're discarding more cards. They don't have the energy, I guess. I guess out of all of those cards, they don't have the energy to do it. That's rough. Wow. Do Prism Tower. We'll discard both these energy cards. Nice. Then we'll do this so that our guy's not even one-shottable. Their hand sucks, so let's actually do this. Oh, and they gave up. They really had no chance. They really had no chance. From the very first point... Oh, what we have rewards. We unlock new tiers. Collect all. What is that? Okay, we got a card back. Another Floette. I think we already had all of these. Yeah, we already had literally every one of these. We're almost halfway to Challenger tier. We're almost halfway to Challenger tier. The little bubble effect on that is cool. It'd be cool if these coins actually were, like, that neat. But other than the metal one we got from... Like, these are not that cool. They're, like, fine. They're just... mostly they're made less cool because they're plastic. Okay. Rare candy could be good if we draw specific cards. They let us go first. Okay, they're reshuffling already. I guess probably because they only had one Pokemon, and that's always scary. Did they still only have one Pokemon? They had to... Dude, how few Pokemon are they rocking? scout what we have. Okay, so we have all of our Ralts, Curlias. Oh, no, we have two, but almost all of our Ralts. So we should definitely grab Ralts and then hope that we just top deck one of our... And then are able to, you know... And then we'll increase that odd with Scent Collection. And then we'll use Draining Kiss. Oh, Buddy Puffin. That'll give him more Pokemon. Oh, the dreaded Staryu. I've never seen people put Dunsparce in with the Staryu. I wonder what they're doing. They're definitely gonna go for Starmie. No! Wait, okay, wait, they discarded... Yep. That shocked nobody. But hey. We can do something really, really funny here. I guess they're just doing it because it's like got 60 health and at no retreat cost. So we know that they have Starmie in their hand, right? What if we decided no, they don't? Like, there's a non-zero chance that they just don't have it now. Scent Collection. Draining Kiss. Now, as long as they didn't draw another Starmie, that play was brilliant. As long as they didn't draw another Starmie, we just fucked them hard. Like, we committed mad denial. If that's what happened. The Dunsparce evolves?
Yeah, it's a Dunsparce.
What do you do? Once during your turn, you may draw 3 cards. If you drew any cards in this way, shuffle this Pokemon on all attack. Oh, so they did it just to shuffle it. Okay. So they were hunting for their Starmie again. Did they get it? But they got Ultra Ball, which lets them get it. Okay. Here's how this works out for us. They kill this Pokemon, we get to draw 3 cards. We know we have a rare candy and a Gardevoir in our deck. We put forward Ralts. That's dog shit. But, okay. We flip the script. Shit. Okay, we could bosses. No, it has one retreat cost. They could still retreat, so it's probably pointless to do that. So they're just gonna kill this, which is very, very bad for us, actually. Actually, we might be fucked just because they. Okay, but we could switch it over to Froki on our turn, and we could redo the stall, or we could with the flip the script, get another chance at Gward of War. Hi, homie, got your streamer open. Come peep me out. Much love, my boy. I'm live giving away some Robux. Thanks for the offer of Roblox, but I'm not 12. I'm much older than that. So, the allure of Roblox, not very strong. Okay, we gotta do flip the script and hope for the rare candy draw. Fuck, we did not get it. Um... 330. So we need 6 energies on board, right? What is that? Interesting. Interesting. It has 2x weakness to psychic, though. we definitely put this forward. And then we evolve it. And then we definitely do flip the script. And then... Then, yeah, I think we use Rose's encouragement because... No, that'll only put us at 6. It won't give us the one shot. So it's better to use Boss's orders, I think. And bring this forward because we can one shot it. And we can one-shot the Starmie at... Yeah, we can one-shot the Starmie at 7. We will be able to... Same for this. At 7. So we'd be able to place 3 on our turn. And they don't know that. How many prize cards is this worth? 2? It's impossible to read. If it's 3, then we're in danger, because their attack here could put it in lethal range. How many is this worth? 3 prize cards. So we wouldn't win if we killed this. But they'd win if they kill this. Prism Tower. Don't need that. Don't need that. Aha. Oh, but we can't use it because it doesn't have any energies on it. But... do we have 2 base... or... we do. We can save it. Oh no, no, it's only to our active. Okay, no, we're still gonna lose. That sucks. Oh, it has... no, it's not the active. It has to be a stage 2. Fuck! That card blows. We lost because Greninja is going to be able to do 60 to it. He definitely sees that. There's no reason he wouldn't. Oh, it has to be from his hand. Oh, so actually we could not lose if he just doesn't have a water energy. I guess that could be true. If none of his 5 cards are a water energy. We could still win. Talk about dodging the luck. I thought it was discarded water energy from him, but it's from his hand. I mean, we could have dodged it. I mean, we won. We're kind of flexing right here. Giga flexing right here. This is BM. This is just BM. Get fucked. You lost the top deck. A game entirely decided by one card. Yeah, yeah, yeah. To be fair, like, even if they had the water, it could have just been on my end where the game was entirely decided by drawing one card. Because I could have drawn the flotilla, like I did right there, just a turn earlier. Or I could have drawn, the one that heals the 150. I could have done either one, and then victory would have been impossible for them. Instead, it was just a situation where, that feels a little rigged. I picked tails like 3 times in a row, and it's not tails. And then I pick tails, heads, and it's immediately tails. Ooh. Okay, they're going to be able to use Bite on their second turn, which is not great for us. God damn it. I didn't realize I couldn't evolve on my turn as going second. That's lame. I would have gone for the basics had I known. We've lost already. This is why going first is so much better, because your downside of not being able to attack on your first turn is basically non-existent when you get to effectively evolve on your first attacking turn. There wasn't even a reason to do that. And our search was also totally pointless. Oh, can they not use the move? Does this not count? Does that not count? I thought that counted for Omni Energy. We're still a little bit boned, but we maybe made it so we don't immediately lose to the Dracoloak becoming the Dragapult. Okay, they're spreading out. Oh! Okay, we are going to get to do a little setup, though. We are going to be able to do a little bit of a setup. And you know what? Maybe the funniest thing ever could happen, we could top deck. Okay, they have an anti-tool card. Basically never see that. That's the funniest thing that could happen. Overflowing wishes. Boom. 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 And boom. Now we could one-shot anything they could throw at our board. Oh, we should have evolved that, actually. Because we have 7. Yeah, we could one-shot that. Interesting. They're just gonna let us kill this and hope that we, don't have a... They're gonna hope we just don't have a boss's orders, that we don't top deck another boss's orders. Or don't have one, because they don't know that we don't have one. Collect scent. So we don't draw fucking energies. Okay. So is there a way that this doesn't get one shot? Because I feel like, honestly, their best bet is to just Phantom Drive, try and kill our Ralts. Interesting. And they're using Last Ditch to what? Because the thing is, if they use the Phantom Drive on anything other than our Gardevoir, then our Gardevoir will not be in lethal range. And our Gardevoir can one-shot any of their Pokemon. So they need this to be a Dracopult. So they need to hit our Gardevoir with this. Then we kill this. Then their Dracopult comes out. Their second Dracopult comes out. Then they kill this. And this at the same time. They are drawing a fuckload of cards. Okay. Because this is the only thing that, like, they can do. Is that they Dracopult with the Phantom Drive. Put the 6 on our Ralts. No! Huh. It's our last energy into our hand. And then we just one-tap them. The bigger problem is going to be the second Dracopult. Ugh, because yeah, without a way to have Ralts be Gardevoir, we don't have a way to kill this thing in a way that's good at all. I see, they're going to kill that to kill our Ralts. Right? No. Oh, and we get a prize card from that? Okay, that could be huge. Interesting. And then they're going to hit this and this, right? What are they hunting for? I'm just curious what they're hunting for. They did a lot with their move, admittedly. They gave themselves many options to have options. It's almost exactly what I would expect from them there. They draw 4 prize cards, right? Okay, I think we have to put this forward in the hopes that we find a rare candy. Because, like, I was thinking that's the play that I would do because it's the one that fucks us the hardest. And this jumbo ice cream cone actually doesn't do anything. Well, shoo. Shoo. That's quite bad. Oh, and we lost. I was about to say, we could have drawn Boss's Orders. We could have drawn Boss's Orders, the most overpowered broken card in the game. You know, I feel like we replaced the Jumbo Ice Cream Cone. It's not really doing the work I was hoping it would do. It's very specific. Like, it has to be the active Pokemon, has to have 3 energies. It's like the 3 energy part happens quite frequently. But, the it being an active Pokemon kind of ruins the card a little bit. This card is a much better heal card. Heck, this is a much better, this is a much better heal card. This pretty much only works on one of our Pokemon, too. So maybe we say fuck it to that as well. Like, it's very good. I don't know. A one of is, I guess, good enough for a flex. I'm wondering if we really need Aerotomise. Like, is there a better psychic Pokemon? Could we optimize this to some degree? Is there another stage 2 psychic Pokemon that would be worth having? We got Gardevoir. Stage 1. Stage 1, Stage 1, Stage 1, Stage 1. This is a Stage 2. Once during your turn, if this Pokemon is in the active spot, you may have your opponent shuffle their hand into their deck and draw 3 cards. That is a very ridiculous effect, actually. Do we want to use... I mean, that could be an option, but... I don't know. Dusk Noir is kind of good because you could trade up. I don't really want to include more candies, though, because candies are another card that literally only hits Gardevoir. Are there some trainers that we just fucking have to have that we don't know about? That doesn't seem good. Reveal the top 5 cards of your opponent's deck. You may choose any number of basic Pokemon you find there and put those Pokemon onto their bench. Your opponent shuffle the other cards back into their deck. I mean, that could be strong because you could clog their bench with garbage. That, like, maybe too many duplicates of the same Pokemon so they can't get their effects off. You may use this card only if your opponent has 2 or fewer prize cards remaining. Choose one of your opponent's Pokemon in play during your opponent's next turn. Prevent all damage from and effects of attacks done to that Pokemon by your opponent's EX. That's hyper specific, but that's pretty OP. Air Balloon. Draw 4 cards at the end of your turn. If you have 5 or more cards in your hand, discard your hand. If this Pokemon this card is attached to is knocked out by damage from an attack, your opponent's Pokemon search your deck for up to 3 cards and put those into your hand, then shuffle your deck. This card only if you have ends. Okay, it's an ends card. The fossils are no. Sandwich, heal 30 damage for your active Pokemon. If that Pokemon is an Arven's Pokemon, heal 100. Okay, Arven. Draw a card for each of your ancient Pokemon in play. Switch your active Pokemon with your bench Pokemon. If you moved a Pokemon EX to your bench in this way, heal 80 damage from that Pokemon. Huh. So I mean, pretty much our whole deck is EXs. So maybe we do include, like, what? 2 of these? Gotta have a bunch of bosses' orders. Brock's scouting is good, but maybe there's a better alternative. Draw 2 cards, then if you have 10 or more cards in your hand, draw 2 more cards. Black belt. Box orders. Search your deck for up to 2 item cards. No, we're not using that many items. Briar. You can use this card only if your opponent has exactly 2 prize cards remaining. During this turn, if your opponent's active Pokemon is knocked out by damage from an attack used by your Terra Pokemon, take 1 more prize card. I mean, that's hyper specific, but also super powerful. That's hyper specific and not even good. Celebratory fanfare. Once during each player's turn, that player may heal 10 damage from each of their Pokemon. If a player healed any damage in this way, their turn ends? That's horrible. Draw 3 cards. I mean, that's fine. Chill teaser toy. This is a card that exists specifically. This is so Giga specific. What the fuck? That's so strong, actually. We should maybe look at building an electric deck. I have seen 0 electric decks. Once during each player's turn, if they played a support card from their hand this turn, you may heal 10 damage from each of their Pokemon. Heal 70 damage from your active Pokemon. Oh, but it's a support card. I was about to say, that's just so much better than the ice cream cone. Dangerous laser, burned and confused. We don't have a Dawn in our deck, do we? We definitely need a Dawn. Like, at least one Dawn. Okay. Deluxe Bomb. The Pokemon this card is attached to is in the active spot and is damaged by an attack from your opponent's Pokemon. Even if this Pokemon is knocked out, put 12... I mean, that's very good. That's very good. Maybe. That's just... There's so many cards that just don't seem... Like, trainer cards that just shouldn't exist. Because they're just, like, worse versions of other cards. Dust Ball could be kind of good. Draw 2 cards if your opponent has 3 or fewer prize cards. Remaining, draw 2 more cards. See, like, why is this a support card, though? Because you only get to play 1 support card per turn. Whereas if it's something like a, you know, if it's something like an item, you can play as many fucking items as you want. Or stadium, or... Yeah, mostly item cards. It's like you get to fucking go buck wild with item cards. So it's like, if there's a worse version of something, it should be an item card, but it's weird when it's also a support card. Judge, Shadow Ice Cream Cone, Kieran. Very, very flexible. Pokemon tool. Love Ball. Search your deck for a Pokemon with the same name as one of your opponent's Pokemon in play. That's hyper specific. Dude, that's actually a great effect. What? Like, that's such a gamble. Like, that is the most win more card of winning more. Okay. I think we have to... I want to try and create an electric deck. First, who looks like an ace card for an electric deck? You're not a real electric card. This deck does 50 damage to 2 of your opponent's Pokemon. 2 energy is kind of a lot. If this Pokemon has at least 2 extra energy attached in addition to this attack cost, this deck is 100. 280 is not very good for that, and only 280. Only 280 health. That's kind of weak. During your opponent's next turn, prevent all damage done to this Pokemon by attacks from basic Pokemon. That's kind of good. Righteous Blasting. You may discard all energy from this Pokemon and have this attack do 130 more. 330 ain't no joke. There's not very many Pokemon that survive that. Hops Pincharin. Counter-attacking Quills. If this Pokemon is in the active spot and is damaged by an attack from your opponent's Pokemon, even if this Pokemon is knocked out, place 3 damage counters on the attacking Pokemon. Draw 2 cards, 120. Belly Bolt. As often as you like during your turn, you may attach a basic Lightning Energy card from your hand to one of your Iona's Pokemon. During your next turn, your Pokemon can't attack. Okay. I mean, that's pretty good. What are other... Iono's Kilowattrel. You may discard a basic energy card from this Pokemon in order to use this ability. Once during your turn, you may draw a card until you have 6 cards in your hand. Maybe that's good. Future Iron Hands. If your opponent's active Pokemon is a Pokemon EX or Pokemon V, this attack does 80 more. Flip a coin if it's your... Initialize Iron Thorns. As long as this Pokemon... I cannot read this shit. Like, I wish there was plain text. Like, Gabby, is this just me being old? Can you read this?
I don't want to try.
As long as the Pokemon is in the active spot, Pokemon with a rule box in play, both yours and your have no abilities except for future Pokemon. That's not very good. How many future cards are there? Because 5 times 70, I mean, could be 350, which is insane for a basic card. Future. Future. Slashing Claw. Terrible. As long as this Pokemon is in your bench, prevent damage done to this Pokemon by it. Oh, so it can't be hurt on the bench. If your opponent's active Pokemon is a Pokemon EX, this attack does 120 more. I mean, 240, again, is pretty good. But I feel like for a deck to be crazy, your deck has to have the capability to do 350. Like, at minimum. In one hit. During your opponent's turn, prevent all damage done to each of your future Pokemon by attacking from Pokemon EX. If this Pokemon is no longer your active Pokemon, this effect ends. Is a future deck possible? Each of your each of your Pokemon that has Rotom in its name may have up to 2 Pokemon tool cards attached. If this ability goes away, discard Pokemon tool cards from that Pokemon until only 1 remains on each. Discard all energy cards. Okay, that is fucking terrible. Luxray. Piercing Gaze. Your opponent reveals their hand. Discard a card you find there. I mean, that's pretty good. Discard all energy cards from this Pokemon. 250. I mean, for a 3rd form, this is just bad, though. Tapu Koko. Linked Lightning. This attack does 20 more damage for each of your benched Pokemon. So it could do 5 more, so 160. That's not very good. Stack does 60 damage to 2 of your opponent's Pokemon. Disaster Shock. You may discard 2 energy cards from this Pokemon to make your active Pokemon paralyzed. Is that good? It's not bad. What's the engine for that, though? Reverroom. Why is this an electric Pokemon with all metal moves? That's fucking awful. Discard this Pokemon and all attached cards for only 250? Voltorb. 100 hitting ball. Flip a coin until you get tails. This attack does 100 more damage. That's... Why do I love that? You lose so fast. How would you even get up to the 3 energies, too? Kilowattrel EX. Switch this Pokemon with one of your bench Pokemon. If you do, attach up to 2 basic energy cards from your hand to this Pokemon. I mean, that's good. This attack does 40 more damage for each lightning energy attached to this Pokemon. Way less good version of Gardevoir. Wugtrio, who is a lightning card, but for some reason uses water energy. Discard up to 3 energy cards from your hand. This attack does 60 damage to one of your opponent's Pokemon for each energy card you discarded this way. I mean, 180 for 1 energy is pretty good. And you can target bench Pokemon. During your opponent's next turn, the defending Pokemon can't retreat. That could be good. I could see that being good. Zekrom, this attack does 50 more damage for each prize card your opponent has taken. This Pokemon also does 30 damage to itself. That's fucking awful. Okay, maybe I don't see any electric decks because electric Pokemon suck. There's no leader I'm seeing here. Like, even Pikachu, like... The best Pikachu can do 220 at best. And, like, a future deck's not really possible. Because we got 1, you could have 4 copies of 1. That's awful! So we got 4 future Pokemon. So you could have 16 cards with future in them. That just seems goddamn terrible. I feel like the obvious carry for dragons is Dragapult. Are there other... Okay, I guess... Yeah, we got Mega Dragalge. Dragalge is cool. We could try a Dragalge deck, maybe. Water Dark. Because then we'd have an excuse to have Ape Boy in it. Monkadori. Of course, Dragapult's super fucking good. It's like, comparatively, the way you take advantage of this is, you'd have a lot of cards that swap your opponent's cards out. So that you throw them on their bench. So, like, if you were going to do that, we'd include that and probably, like... It would be insane, but you'd probably combo it with, like... Where is he? Where is that bitch? This guy. Heave no catcher. Once during your turn, when you play this Pokemon from your hand to evolve one of your Pokemon, you may use this ability to switch one of your opponent's bench Pokemon to the active spot. Like, would it be crazy to include him just to have a switch out? Oh. Other than that, like, our options would be... What would our options be? We got Salamence. Terrible. Dragonite. I mean, that's better for the ability than anything else. Executor is a dragon. You may attach any number of basic energy cards from your hand to your Pokemon in any way you like. Flip a coin if heads, knock out your opponent's active basic Pokemon. If tails, knock out one of your opponent's benched Pokemon. Is that just fucking unbelievably funny? Is that just, like, unbelievably funny? There's no way that's good. I feel like there's definitely something that could be done with Mega Dragalge. Zeros. Okay, what are they even in the category? Okay, dark. This card is pretty good, but it's just very clunky. If your opponent's basic Pokemon is knocked out by damage from an attack, use this text in one more prize card. Okay. Non-curse, whenever your opponent attaches an energy card from their hand to one of their Pokemon, put 2 damage counters on it. You may move an energy from your opponent's active Pokemon to one of their benched Pokemon. If one of your dark Pokemon is knocked out by damage from an attack from your opponent's Pokemon EX, that player takes 1 fewer prize cards. The effect of Shadowy Concealment doesn't stack. Move an energy from this Pokemon to one of your bench Pokemon. I feel like this Gengar is better. There's like something you can do here that's interesting. You may move 1 energy card from your opponent's active Pokemon to one of your bench Pokemon, but Gnawing Curse. I mean, that's a very powerful effect because you can fuck up their energy accumulation so bad. Punk Up. When you play this Pokemon from your hand, evolve one of your Pokemon during your turn. You may search your deck for up to 5 basic energy cards and attach them to your Murny's Pokemon in any way you like. Shuffle your deck. Okay, is there a Murny's Pokemon that super synergizes with that? It doesn't look like it, because this is all of their Pokemon, right? Morpeko. So the Morpeko can do damage, but that's dumb. Okay, I guess the advantage here is that you don't have to run EXs, so you get more card choices, because this is your only EX, and it's only a -2. But, like, even if you put all 5 on this attack... Well, no, I guess that is pretty crazy, actually. No retreat costs, too. Monkadori EX. Oh, no, you don't. If this Pokemon is knocked out by damage from attacks from your Pokemon, if you have any Parachute EX in play, your opponent takes 1 fewer prize cards. Poisonous Musculator. Search your deck for up to 2 Shadow Energy cards and attach them to this Pokemon. Then shuffle your deck. If you attach energy to a Pokemon this way, this Pokemon is now poisoned. If this Pokemon is poisoned, this attack does 130 more damage. I don't think that's actually good. You must discard a card from your hand in order to use this ability. Once during your turn, you may draw 2 cards. Choose one of your... Okay. I mean, that's strong. Is there a reason to poison all of your Pokemon? There's got to be a reason, since a bunch of Pokemon do it, right? If this Pokemon is in the active spot and is damaged by an attack from your opponent's Pokemon, even if this Pokemon is knocked out, place 5 damage counters on the attacking Pokemon. Outlaw Leg. Discard a random card from your opponent's hand. Discard the top card of your opponent's deck. I mean, that seems pretty cool. When you play this Pokemon from your hand, evolve one of your Pokemon during your turn. You may put 2 damage counters on one of your opponent's Pokemon. I mean, that is an effect, I guess. Same effect. Biting Spree. Shadow. Once during your turn, if you play Janie's Secret Art from your hand this turn, you may draw cards until you have 8 cards in your hand. 9. Once during your turn. Huh. I'm just not seeing poison synergy. This is probably the most interesting one, and it still doesn't actually seem that good. This is probably the one that has the most ability, but it's also weird. Because, like, I don't know how you really take advantage of this. We already kind of looked at water and grass. I guess fire. What do you do? 20 more damage for each energy in your discard pile. Your one stage? It's probably just worse than Lucario, though. Because, okay, you do this, and you've discarded 3 energies. You'd have to have 12 discarded energies for this to make sense. Which is just kind of dumb. So this is an energy searcher. Which, I mean, probably the best target is honestly just, like, one of these Charizards. This, you could target anyone, anywhere. Thing is, you're gonna have to have something that pulls cards, because, like, okay, this is very powerful. You one-shot most Pokemon by just discarding 4 energy across the board. But how many times can you do that? That's just not a good card. Where's our engine to get them back? I mean, that's insane damage, but total RNG. I mean, strong effect, but hyper-specific. Not good enough. Okay, I mean, that is pretty good. But you also have to get through, like, that's too many evolution stages. That's a good frontliner. Okay, fire's not looking very promising. Oh, I forgot about colorless. I mean, really expensive, but that's pretty good. Play a Pokemon you evolve one of your Pokemon during your turn. You flip 2 coins for each and choose a random card from your opponent's hand, and your opponent reveals those cards and shuffles them into their deck. Okay, that's funny. If this Pokemon is moved from your bench to the active spot this turn, this attack does 170 more. I mean, that's pretty fucking good. Maybe we could build around Megalopony. I don't even really know what a Terra Pokemon is. Oh! Defiant Horn. When you play this Pokemon from your hand to evolve one of your Pokemon during your turn, you may switch in one of your opponent's bench Pokemon to the active slot. This could go in... if we're doing the Seahorse Pokemon. Ooh. Kecleon was an S+ blocker. What we got here? Okay, that's pretty fucking good. I mean, that could also be something, just random. It's at least 200 and can do way more. That's funny. Each energy. It's not a good card. Also not a good card. Also not a good card. Okay, so Smooth Coat, like, is just high roll ridiculousness. I mean, this energy requirement, though, for it to truly be useful, you basically have to have 10 energies on this bitch. And that's not realistic. Where for this one to be useful, you just have to be able to get 3 heads in a row. So, like, we could include those, and then... Larry. Funny. Larry just tries to win with a ridiculous Dunsparce. That's it. Now, Lopunny is actually probably the one that looks the best to me, because it's a stage 2, 330 health. And it can do... I mean, 230? You just have one sandwich person. How much coin flipping? Like, if we did this, there's stuff we could do. I'm just thinking. I thought there was an Aegis/EX in this set. I mean, gobbled down. If we took 3 prize cards, it's 240. If you're taking 4 prize cards, it's 320. That's pretty lethal. They can also do 260. It's also very iffy. Shuffle all energy attached to this Pokemon into your deck, and this deck does 220 to one of your opponent's Pokemon. I mean, that's only good because you could hit a benched Pokemon. Supreme Overload attacks used by this Pokemon do 30 more damage to your opponent active Pokemon for each prize card your opponent has taken. That's not very good. Now Registeel. That's a card. Let's see, if we're gonna do steel, we definitely include Klinklang. So we could just reduce a boatload of damage. It's not a very particularly good effect. Hmm. 50 less. Thing is, it would still get stomped. Because, like, we could make it take 70 less and it would still get, like, one shot by most EXs who are hitting for, like, 300. So okay. We definitely want... No. We want 2 of these. One of these. Hello, Speedy. Emergency rotation. I mean, that's not a good one, though. Whereas, like, Kling Clang is a good one. I'm tempted by Empyleon. This is Pokemon. We're playing Pokemon. TCG, yes. Not Pocket. I just don't know if any of these are actually good. This is definitely, like, decent. Thing is, I don't think... Okay, maybe we could build around this. And then we would what? Then we would what? There's got to be a dragon who uses... I know, I've been tired all day. I understand the pain. There's got to be a dragon that uses psychic metal. Fighting metal. Fighting metal is definitely not gonna work. Oh? Dialga is psychic metal. But that's not good. That's not good. Dreepy, let me check the Pokemon. Dreepy is psychic, fire. I think. Dreepy is psychic fire. Yeah, Dreepy is, Dragapult. Dragapult's definitely good. Psychic water. Water metal. That doesn't seem good at all. Yeah. Maybe move usage can be weird though. Because like some Pokemon are like faux dragons. Because who was it? It was, this guy uses psychic metal, but he also uses dark. Durdral Alon. I think he just uses metal. Like, we could go boom, boom, boom. Then... do we not have other oh, yeah, we got shiny. And then... yeah, it is going to be annoying. But I think we could do it. And then... oh, I have redeemed quite a few code cards. Is there... the only thing is that... okay, this is a good core, but we need something that's going to, like, shuffle us. Okay, here's the other thing we're definitely going to use. We're going to use Munkadori. We're definitely going to use Munkadori. Which, you know, if I could... if we get three more followers on Twitch, I'm going to eat a Munkadori. Because I have a stack of them. I have a pile of Munkadoris. I will eat a pile of well, not the pile, but I will be eating Munkadoris. We've just got mountains. Mountains of Munkadori. Piles and piles of Munkadori. We just keep opening them. No, I'll eat it with gusto and enjoyment. And then it's gonna be like, I'll eat another one 10 after that, and then 20 after that, then 30 after that. It'll be incremental acceleration. There he is. Okay, and then trainers, there's a couple that we definitely have to have. Crispin. We have to have Crispins. I think we probably have to have 4 Crispins. I don't know if it's localized, but it is a hilarious name. His name is just Crispin, and he's a chef. I think, let's see, there's so many. There's a full art. And then a different full art. He's just a kid who's a chef. And his name's Crispin. Let's see. There's other ones we have to have. We have to have rare candies because we are going to have... Yeah, probably 4 rare candies. Just because we're going to have 2 different 3 stages. Swaggy 90s kid. Yeah. And then for energy, we will do... Four, and 4, or do we need more? You have to have three boss's orders. It's an overpowered card. Okay, what stadium cards? See what stadium cards there are, because there might be... Okay, what do we have here? Prevent all damage done to Pokemon that don't have a rule box. That's probably not good. All of my cards are going to have rule boxes, so not good. I think there's a metal stadium. During your checkup, put 2 more damage counters on each poison non-dark Pokemon. Okay, that could be cool. Terra Pokemon. Mystery Garden. No, 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 no. Full Metal Lab. Metal Pokemon, both yours and your opponents take 30 less damage from attacks from opponents' Pokemon. Okay, okay, if we were going to do a full metal deck, this would make more sense. Because we could stack that with Klinklang for 50, and then like Impeleon would just like be basically immune to damage. I mean, maybe it makes sense to do Impeleon. This deck is gonna be hard. Maybe it would make sense just to fucking do Impeleon. Yeah, I think that deck is going to be too clunky. Meanwhile, we could do... Because who doesn't love a penguin, too? Ugly card. Because 210 is pretty good, and then it just, like, really hard to... And then he's immune to effects. And then... Peck. Call for support. This is the better one. So we have our Impeleon. And then we don't need any more water, because he's not a real water Pokemon. And then we include Klinklang. Wait, I'm confused. Why? It says I have 3 available. Standard. Huh? Oh. We grabbed both of the same one. Because we're dumb. And then code it. Yeah, gear coding. And then... Yeah, beer coating. Is this only... Let's see. Attach up to 2 basic energy cards from your discard pile to this Pokemon. Okay, that's not as helpful. We need something that fetches energy for our team. When you play this Pokemon from your hand to evolve one of your Pokemon during your turn, you may attach up to 2 basic metal energies from your discard pile to your in any way you want. I mean, that's a one-time use fetch that's just not very good. It's not bad. It's not bad, but we need fetch. We need metal fetch. Metal Maker. Once during your turn, you may look at the top 4 cards of your deck, attach any number of basic energy cards you find there to your Pokemon in any way you like. Huh. That's a fetch. Bronzongs. It's weird that a lot of them have good effects on their stage 2, and then no effects on the other parts. Searching for evolution Pokemon's not quite what we need. No. There's got to be another fetch. That can't be the only fetch. It looks like it might be the only fetch. I mean, that's not a very reliable one either, because you could brick on that easy. Maybe we just need fetchers this way? I'm not sure. Like fetchers with trainers. Because like with energy we can... No retreat cost, we could throw 4 in. Then we could have like... And then we don't need balloons. Let's see, we've got 2 stagers. This is kind of a searcher, but it's just 1. But I guess it's probably still the best. It's a lot of Pokemon, though. We definitely have to have rare candies. Boss's Orders is an automatic must 3. At least. Then... at least 2 judges, I think. Probably just straight up 3 of these. If not 4 of these. And then we definitely need a spec card. Scramble switch, definitely good. We can fit 4 more cards in. What would we include? This is pretty good because all of our Pokemon are basically stage 2, so we could include 2 of those. Is this too many Pokemon is the big question. This is a very basic deck. Very basic deck. But I think we're gonna be able to do it. Floaties is definitely OP. I think my Floaties deck is good, but it's time to try something out. Okay, I think we're gonna get it. We're gonna get this metal ball rolling. Oh, that's a cute coin. Okay. Okay, they mulliganed. Not great for us because our hand's actually terrible. And then mulliganing means that they could have a much, much better hand. Uh-huh. Actually, yeah, fuck these cards. Okay. Now we're just gonna try and get a rare candy. Ow. We're asleep. And now we're not asleep. Damn it, do I not want to, I should have thought about getting something for item search. I didn't think about that. Okay, we're getting lucky here. Okay, we gotta do this. Our hand's just too bad. Booyah! Retreat for 0. And then... This is so dumb, but we win by doing this. Combo! And we won. We're so good. Our Empyrean deck immediately won against someone who is playing a meme deck, clearly of their favorite Pokemon. And we just shit all over their dreams as they were just trying to be a cute little guy who's playing a Snom deck. I do feel a little bad that we pulled out a try-hard combo on the Snom player. It's a little criminal. Yes, we pulled a combo on a Snom player.
You're the schoolyard bully.
I know. I might as well have taken the card out of their hand, chewed it up, and spit it in their face. It's just mean. There's basically no reason not to go first. Especially if you're a stage deck. Like a evolutionary stage deck. Okay, we have a candy, so we just have to draw a third form. And we're Gucci. We probably should have put Pokepads in. Oh, no, but all our things have fucking rules boxes. Pokepad doesn't work for us. Okay, it's our turn. Top deck something. Call for support. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and call for Lily's Determination, which is great that Piplup can do that for us, because our hand, other than the rare candy, is very bad. So unless we top deck either Steven's Magna whatever or Impelion, like there's just no reason. What do you do? Festival lead. 20 per benched. I'm fine with that. My hand was bad. And you're fucked. Not really, because I need to draw more energy. God damn. Wait, what? What? How did you use it twice? It lets you attack twice? That's bullshit. Okay. Okay, what is this nonsense? Diplin just coming in and swinging for 2 hundo? This doesn't play this Pokemon may use an attack it has twice. Okay, we have to draw a stadium. We should have... Fuck. There's just nothing for us to do. Man. We have like 12 energies. And we can't draw our energies. Boss's orders. We'd have to draw... What is it called? The one that attaches energy from our discard. Oh, wait. That helps. I don't know if it saves us. Wait, is that... Will that be 40 just flat plus or 40 times? Jesus! Okay. We're just not drawing. We're just not drawing. How did we draw nothing useful? Okay, okay, let's... Trainers. What's the problem here? Maybe we need to drop down to... well, I don't know. 2 candies? And then... 14 energies and we couldn't draw energies. We definitely want... What is it? Oh, yeah, yeah. Colress Tenacity. Search your deck for a stadium and an energy card. Probably don't need 3 of these. We're gonna chalk that a little bit up to a brick, but also made us realize we needed like a little more tutoring. Tails. I will go first. Okay. That's good for us. They chose to go second. Okay, we could... There's a bunch of stuff we could get. Okay, interesting to open this way. Wouldn't be able to evolve anyways. Call for support. We'll do boss's orders. And they just pass. Booyah. Okay, now even if they hit me, we're going to take a full 90 less. A full 90 less. That still kills him. Iron Feather. And we're still taking a full 90 less. Okay, 3 prize cards is huge. They have to have some that turns this immediately. You know what? We need the bread. We need the bread thing. The puffin bread? Oh my god. Yeah, we need that. We have to lose something for that. We'll lose 2 of the special energies, I think. There's no trainer card that could save you. Well, okay, lie. Boss's orders? Okay. Okay, okay. More refining. More refining. We need the bread card. Where is it? 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 Bread, 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 bread. Where's the poffin? There's the poffin bread. $70 HP or less. 70. 60. 70. Okay, they all hit it. They all hit it. So we want... I'm gonna say 2 of these at least. Okay. Because now we can populate our board if we don't have a good open. Because like the problem right there was we weren't populating our board. Yes, I want to go first. Going first is OP. Oh, they're mulliganing. Okay. Didn't see any Pokemon, though. So no scouting information. What are they setting up? Okay, they only had one. It's a Monkey Dory. They got the Poffin Poffin. Damn, and they're playing the Dreepy Slave. I feel like this deck is obnoxiously present because, like, it plays one way and one way only. I have never seen the Crushing Hammer work. Crispin is so good here. Yeah, we're not attacking. It wouldn't do anything. We'll just wait till it one-shots. Because we know they're not wasting a psychic energy on Monkadori to attack, so we know they weren't going to attack. Okay, they're gonna get... I thought it said without an effect. But this has a rule box. Is that not what a rule box is? And why did they evolve the one without energies? Interesting. Ugh. Where are my Pokemon? What a weird card. But it's good. It's card draw. They do that. This deck is annoying because it just tutors too much. So it's like really consistent, so I understand why it's played. Because, like, do you see how many cards they're drawing? So it, like, makes sense. I have to draw something that can let me swap, because swinging into this will lose me the game. Like, on the spot. Oh, but now I lose anyways because they were able to attach multiple energies in one turn. Dude, I have so many Pokemon and Pokemon tutor cards. How am I not drawing Pokemon every single game? I clearly need more Pokemon. Because, like, how? We have 4 Lilias that we couldn't draw. 2 Judges we couldn't draw. $26 Pokemon. But I guess of those, okay, maybe we need to go down a copy on these. No. No. We want these for the benefit effect. We go down on this one. And then we can fit 3 Pokemon that are mono leveled in. We could do, like, the super basic ones that everyone throws in because they're just too good. Because we could throw this one in. And then actually, wait. I think it's better to just do this. Yeah, we can just have one of these instead. And then Meowth? Once during your turn, when you play this Pokemon from your hand to your bench, you may use this ability to search your deck for a support card. I mean, wait, is that even actually good? Searching your deck for one support card? Like, Piplup can do the same thing. So do we, is it redundant? I feel like it might be redundant. What would be a good flex card with an effect other than Meowth? Is kind of the other question. I mean, maybe just we do this for card draw 2? Like, have one of these in? Scotty. I just need to not brick. Because it just feels like I'm bricking quite a lot. We bricked our draw. Okay. What kind of deck are they? Let's see. Reveal your turn. Okay, they're the same fucking Dreepy deck that everyone plays. How boring. Holy moly. This feels like it takes forever. Buddy Buddy Poffin. Ability. Metal signal. Call support. Okay, here's the problem though. If they have a fire energy and the Draclock, then like the game is just over right here. And that's the power of turn 1. They get a recon directive first. And then Pokepad. Then they're gonna recon directive, try and find that fire energy. And then they're gonna Pokepad for, I guess, Monkidori. I don't really understand including, oh, and then the Crispin. To guarantee their fire energy and their win. Wait, they prioritize... Oh, no, they still did it. Do this. Oh, geez. And now they're gonna almost certainly be able to throw out... Almost certainly be able to throw out their evolution. I've never seen that successfully go off. Okay. Maybe their hand just sucks? Oh, but I forget, they get to recon directive. Oh my god. Their turns just take so fucking long. It's miserable. And then they draw 3. Okay. Holy moly. Uh-huh. Ugh, that is not the one I wanted them to... That is just not the one I wanted. Doesn't make any sense to play that. Okay, but we will do this. Because, like, okay, I guess... Does not stack. We can do this. Then we can play Buddy Buddy to do this. We'll do X boost. We'll save this just because we don't know who we want to do it to yet. And we've already kind of lost because this person's just stuck up here. 30, 20, 50, 60, so 110. If we got him out, he'd only take 90. I mean, does the bench Pokemon damage get reduced, though? It didn't get reduced by this. Because does it just not count as an attack? Interesting. I mean, we won't take the 60, but we'll take 150. How many prices? Oh. I mean, if we attack, we actually live a hit. 2 prize cards. Go to 3. Because now we'll only take... We'll take... Yeah, 110 less. So we'll only take 90. Which means we'll live the hit. Oh no, but then we die to Monkidori. Dude, this deck is just so annoying. I'd like to never see this deck again. Prevent all damage done to your bench Pokemon that don't have rules boxes. Oh, so just... And now, yeah, and then that's game. Okay, so the resistances would be cool, except everything ignores the resistances, so it's kind of useless. Like, this doesn't... Like, this ignores resistances. So it's like, this would be, like, halfway cool if... Like, this would be a halfway cool idea if the resistances actually worked, because then my, like, Pokemon would have been immune to the Monkidori hit. But because they're not immune... You're just gonna get Dragapulted to death every time. And it's just like, everyone's just playing this fucking Dragapult deck right here. With, like, they just don't include this card because it's useless. And replace it with Monkidori. I guess it's more like this one. Anyway, I've been playing Pokemon too long. It's time for me to go to bed. Thanks for watching, guys. Good night.